Hello, Galay. How's it going? Oh. It's Monday. Holy shit, it's Monday. Didn't get any butter today. I'm sure I'll regret that. Oh, that's hot. Let's see. Player tile selection. Okay. This should say false. And this should be a clear tile selection. To create a bit allocation, a bit array allocation data. array data equals bit array data. Wait a second. Where's the size in 2D? Oh, yeah. This doesn't matter. Maybe it's easier to just say public int x, public int y. And then it needs the array, new bit array from the EWD dot selected tiles. Yeah. Um. Hmm. No. Remove tile selection. Holy shit. This is almost too much today. Okay. So. What the fuck am I doing here? Yeah, that makes sense, I think. Oh. Okay. So, I believe this can basically all be done here too. Vec 3 is that. Yeah, we need more here. I just didn't want to. And this is so... Oh, this is too much today, man. This is too hard. It's too hard. I did not sleep great. I had like... I call them error loop dreams. They're super annoying. I hate them. It's like there's like a logic chain in the dream, and it fails. And then my brain keeps like resetting and like trying again and trying to solve it and trying again and trying again and trying again. But because it's a dream, I'm retarded and it's unsolvable. But my brain still keeps trying to solve it. But it doesn't work. And it makes me like agitated all night when I'm trying to sleep. It happens now and then. It's super annoying. Hello, Metallic Chair. But yeah, I was playing this game, Oaken Tower, and my dream was like based on Oaken Tower. See here, you have your tower here, and you put items in it, and then the items attack the other guy's tower. That's the entire game. Right. And in my dream, there was like something like this, except there was like an order to things and like a combo system where you needed to have like an item to transform into a big robot. And then after that, there was like another phase. So the robot would like attack, and then if you didn't have like the item again, it would like revert back to nothing, and you wouldn't be a big robot anymore. And then my brain just kept like imagining scenarios where this went wrong and like I didn't have the thing, and then it was just bullshit. And it just kept like transforming into a big robot and then reverting down. This looks like it could have been a Discord bot game. This game is extremely basic. Also, the genre has been done like 40,000 times now. This is like the Bazaar, what is it called? Backpack Battles, etc, etc. And this is like the worst game of them all I've played so far. But it's like, okay, I suppose. How goes the code? It goes well, except for today, but I'm fucking tired. Because I had been a lot of work, and had my stupid dream. My brain doesn't wanna... My brain... my brain. I already gave it coffee. And a dried sausage. Oh. What about some dried bananas instead? There's just dried bananas all over my desk. Or all over my table. I'm gonna get some water. Holy shit. Oh yeah. I keep forgetting that I was chopping up some wood yesterday, or some lumber, with a chainsaw, and that's why my entire body hurts also. That also is a factor here today. Today's not gonna be a very productive day, unfortunately. We will try our best. Oh. Oh. Yep, I chainsawed up an entire tank. Ooh. I come in and first thing I hear is you're gonna slack. No, we're gonna try. But I'm dying. Banana chips. How are you doing, Jono? Still working? Still driving trucks around? Just left? Left what? Oh, work? Already? Just early? These banana chips are very loud. It's the only thing I ever eat that is caught by the microphone. Oh. Holy moly. Okay. So, we need to write buffer sections. And oh, we're doing that already there. Let's look here. No. What about in here then? Where is it? It's set tile. Let's see. Set tile. Yeah. Add to tile segment list. Maybe we have the solution here. Yeah. So, all we have to do is say tile segment list of tile segment list. And then if LOTF dot add to tile segment list. New selection dot position plus local position. Tile segment list. We don't need to do this then. Not that, not that. Not that. And then at the end, we say right buffer section takes a Q. But how is this done? This is set tile. Add to tile segment list. Wait, what? Set tile. This doesn't work. Ah, there it is. Tiles to right. Yeah. I understand. Basically, when we're doing this add to tile segment list, this tile segment list here, that should be the world controller dot tiles to tile data to right list. Oh, wait, what list was it? Tiles to right. It's not public. Tiles to right. Right. There. Okay. So, the way it works is that if the tiles to right list is empty, then we don't write. If it's not, like, if it's not empty, then we write. If it's empty, then we don't write. It's that simple. We just fill it, and then we empty it at the end of the frame. And that's it. I think that's it. So now we need to do the same thing here. Hello, JustCraft, how's it going? Now we need another remove tile selection called core. Good, what about you? Well, we're trying. And this is a bit array allocation data. And now we are removing the selections. So what do we need to do different? currently also working on something, but I can't get something to download with pip. That sounds rough. New bit array. And then this should be false. And I think for removing, I think we should do the same thing there, maybe. Not sure. Because it's just a little... It's a little difficult, because I would like to just say that an action is just like, yeah, we add we add a selection here. And then when you undo it, you just remove the selection. And when you redo, you just add the selection. But it's not that simple. Because in order to undo an add, you have to remove only the ones that were added. Because if you just remove the entire rectangle, then it's gonna remove things that like overlapped already selected areas. So the same is gonna be true for remove, but it also doesn't matter if we like keep all the bits. So what we're gonna do is, since this is remove, if selected tiles equals false, then we are going to set the new bit array to false. And we'll see how confused I'm gonna be here, because here now a true bit is actually removing, so I think this should be fine. And then we need this. So Wait a second. Now this isn't quite right. This needs to say if new selection local position, no, if new selection I equals true, dot new selection bit array I equals true, this should be like this. Actually, probably like this. If the bit array is true in that entry, then we do that, and then we do that. And here we have selected tiles. This is wrong. This should be EWD, not selected tiles. In fact, let's remove that. So first we check if the bit array, the incoming, if we check if the bit in the incoming selection is true, and this is in remove tile selection, then we calculate the local position, then we calculate the world position together with the local position. The adjusted world position. And if that tile is already set to false, then we set the current bit in the new bit array equals new selection dot bit array. I feel like this is unnecessary. Unnecessary complication. I'm home? Welcome home, Jono. Why are you home so early today? Did you start early? I'm usually home around 2 p.m. Oh, okay. The day was more intensive in the morning, pushed my break time back an hour, but then it was pretty light and now I'm home. Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh. My body is tired. I'm not sure what I want to do later today either. I haven't decided. I haven't had time to decide what I want to. We're playing tonight. Holy shit. Oh. Minecraft like it's 2010. I don't think so. I don't actually. Where do I have my games? Discords there. Oh my god. Alright, what about the devlog? Vintage story. I'm just trying to find. Where's the fucking deer? What have they done since the deer? Really hard to find updates. Like, they have news, but it's like 1,000 news entries. Fishing, 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 fishing. There was a deer. Fishing. Elk. Elk. Rafts. Okay. So there's fishing and there's some new smelting system. Wardrobe. Axles. That's a little interesting. What does it do, though? But I don't, like, my issue with this game is that there's just nothing to do in it. And there just haven't been enough updates for me to feel like bothering, because you have to like giga mod the game to play it, and I don't feel like doing that for like a fishing update. So I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'll play like the Thaumaturge or something tonight. I'm not sure. Just give that a whirl. I barely even looked at it. I don't even know if I know anyone who has it or played it. Geddy has played it. Geddy is the only one who has played it. I don't know anyone else who has, and I've never heard of anyone even talk about this game. It's Polish. Too much text/plot. Unless I followed a very specific order to things, which you have no warnings for, or a way to know what you need to do first. Oh, you can't get all the lore entries if you don't do it in a very specific way. So this is not Charles friendly. Could work. I didn't see any like, because usually what I do is I look at negative reviews and I see if somebody like actually explains like why like the gameplay is like bad or broken or something. But I didn't see anything really like that. It was just people saying it was boring, and that might just be people who don't like the JRPGs or something. What do you mean I have to play the game more than once? Can I at least pay for it twice? You have to pay for Nier Automata 27 times. Is this done? I think it is. And this then, clear tile selection. Good thing I never played Skyrim. I'd need to 100% it on every platform. Well, in Skyrim you can 100% it, I think. Well, no, you can't. You actually need to play it twice, I think. I think... Well, actually, there might be a few more decisions in the DLCs, too. I think, like, the only decision otherwise, more or less, is whether you join the Imperials or the Stormcloaks. But in the DLCs, I think there are some choices. There's also killing Paarthurnax or the Blades, probably some other minor stuff. Yeah, you're right. Also killing every NPC in the game. I don't think that's an achievement, though. I probably got a bad impression of the game from an IRL friend doing something tedious and cheesy. You can't complain about something being tedious and cheesy while at the same time setting up a fucking, like, auto hotkey script to grind Final Fantasy II to kill dragons in the final castle for 12 hours. It was grinding on the moon. Oh, okay. Was it Final Fantasy 3? It wasn't 2. The moon? Do you go to the moon in 3? No, you don't. Do you? Well, you were farming like red dragons. That must have been in the Crystal Castle in Final Fantasy 3, right? Because I remember you were grinding dragons. But maybe it was FF4, I don't know. Oh well. So, here, what are we doing here? Clear tile selection core. I wonder if it's... Clear tile selection. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna say... If... No, I think wherever this is called, this should make a check to see if we want to call this at all. But I could just do it here. I mean, I don't know, does it matter? If ewd.selected files count equals 0, then we just return. And then clear tile selection core. I just don't think that there's... So here we need to say LOTF dot add to tile segment list. LOTF 1D to 3D. I map size.x map size.y, and then tiles to right. I think. I need to learn about procedural generation of maps in particular, or I mean terrain. Yeah, that's... It's extremely easy to do, but it's extremely hard to do well. Don't know about Sweden, but here weather went from quite cool to melting, and I hate it already. No, it's still really cold here. I mean, it's been warm. It's been warm for like 2 months now. It's been warm for ages. But by warm, I mean like 5 Celsius. 5 to 10. But no, there hasn't been an actual heat wave yet. But it should be coming soon. But yeah, procedural generation is just Perlin noise. You can use a Perlin noise map to create like height. And then you just add water. I don't know if I already... I think I showed this at some point. Right, like you have a map like this. And then when you're creating the world, all you do is you take like a segment of it. Like you take this. And then you use this segment to create the world. By saying that like anything above... You literally just check the color. And anything above like 60 grayscale is land, and anything below is water, and then like anything above 200 is like a mountain peak or something, you know, or whatever. And then you have world generation instantly. It's that simple. This is how Valheim does it. It doesn't do anything more than this. But if you want to do, like if you want to improve this method, you have to use a bunch of tricks. You can, for example, combine 2 Perlin noise maps together and use that to do things. There's also 3D Perlin noise map that you can use. You can also combine multiple Perlin noise maps so that you have one Perlin noise map that's like terrain elevation, and then you have another one that's like, okay, if... Like, let's do this. Kind of. See here, now we have two things, right? Two maps. The left map here, this map is height generation. So then you end up with a world that looks kind of like... actually, we can do this. If I set a tolerance for like 40 here, and we set it to be not contiguous. See? Now you have water there, right? And then what you can do is you can take this map and be like, this is vegetation, or like this is a forest map. And then you can do like anything that's at the peaks is a forest. Bam. And then you take all these greens and you go over here and you overlay them. And then you take all the blues and you remove the forests where there's water. So now you have little forest biomes as well, right? This is a very easy way of doing it, but the issue with Perlin noise is that it creates... It's very, like, small. It creates small little ponds everywhere. And if you look at it as, like, a whole... See, you get, like, a very, like, islandy world. So it doesn't feel good. So that's where it becomes a bit more complicated. But you can do well with Perlin noise. You just need to use a bunch of tricks and you can get actually decent looking world generation. Any of the other like algorithms that are like better are fucking atrociously complicated for the most part. There's also another one called wave function collapse, which you can use to create like cityscapes and stuff. Kind of like this, kind of whatever. But most of these simple things you can use pretty well as long as you are creative with the implementation. Because it's not like you just have to use it like it works out of the box. You can use it and like combine the results and try to like mix and match the values together to generate like actual decent looking things. And there are a lot of posts out there how to do that. So this thing, Lensois Maronheses, however the fuck you pronounce that. That's just a place, it's not like an algorithm or something, right? But yeah, like stuff like this isn't necessarily about... This looks fucking weird. Oh, is that water? Oh yeah, this is water. Yeah. So... creating stuff like this means doing what we were doing here, or here, right? And then you create a way to generate where you might have like this area in the world. And then you don't necessarily need to use like the same algorithm to generate every area. So you can create like a unique algorithm or a unique method to generate this kind of biome. In the areas that you have decided are like this kind of area. And that doesn't need to use the same, it doesn't need to use Perlin noise, it could use just whatever. It could be regular programming almost even. And just be more like... yeah, it just depends on what you need to generate it. Cancel selection. No, this doesn't make any sense like that. Let's see. Selected tiles. I feel like I should just return this. I'll be right back. Oosh. And then like that, we get an editor action for clearing tiles. And remove this. And then we have to say list editor action list equals new list. And then here we say if title clear does not equal null, then we action list dot add title clear. And then here we're gonna say for, and the length is ewd dot selected objects list dot count. And then here we're gonna say action list dot add new editor action ewd dot selected objects list I, and that's it. I think because that is object. No, that's deletion. Object and then false. This is a deselect. And then at the end here, we're gonna execute action. Okay. My finger is itchy. Hmm. Redo action. Okay. Where do we have execute action? All of these should be core. Because this is execute action. And I guess it's just add and remove tile. It has a core. Basically, I have this function called execute action, and what it does is it executes action. So when I'm going to when I tell the level editor to like delete tiles by hitting a delete or whatever, that action is then queued up. So when we do like remove tile selection, or when we remove or add tiles, all of the tiles that are removed in that action gets added to an action list, and it all gets bundled together. So you can have an action that, like, if I have both objects and tiles selected and I hit delete, it'll delete both the objects and the tiles in one go, and then it'll kind of like save that action. That way we can undo it and redo it, because we just go through the list of actions that we have done. And then all of it is just handled by this execute action function. Now the issue is that I have a lot of repetition here, I think, potentially. So here we have redo action. So where do we get editor world data? What is it called? World data list. And then you use the world controller, get the world index to access it. This should be called editor world data list, because otherwise I'm never gonna remember what it's called. And then editor history is ewd dot history. It's a list of editor action, and this is a list of editor action arrays. Help. And here now, redo. If editor history dot count equals 0, or editor history dot count is lower than editor history index, then we return. Now, is that the way it is? Redo action. Redo action means I think the index should always be ahead. So let's say we don't have any history. Then the editor history index should be 0. And that means it's pointing towards an empty index. So then whenever we make an entry, the entry should be set to the whatever the index is currently at. So that means that if we're redoing and the count equals so in order for me to be able to redo, that would mean that we are at 0 and the count is 1. So that's not true. If the editor history index is greater than or equal to the count, -1. Is that the case? So, okay. So, we do an action that creates an entry at 0, and we increment to 1. So in order for me to be able to then we have a count of 1 and we are at and the index is 1. And then when I undo, the index becomes 0 and the count is 1. So if the index equals the count, we cannot redo. Okay. Yeah. And then this should be super simplified. So all we should have to do is say execute action, editor history, editor history index. And then this is, we increment 1. I think that's it. That's a lot of code removed. I think that should be right. And then this is undo. And then this is -1. And here we then have to say if count is 0 or if index equals 0. Then we return. And that's it. Check selection. This is not a thing anymore. Do that. Set structure metadata to selection. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so this should be a list of lists. New bit array. Okay, this is gonna have to be managed. Let's see here. Level editor. The level editor is created here. I think what if we create the level editor first, and then we create the worlds. And then what we'll do is we go to world controller, because it is going to call initialize. Now, initialize does call new level. So in new level, what we'll do is we'll say, we set the size there. And then here we're going to say if main controller dot level editor is not equal null, then we're going to say if main controller dot level editor dot editor world data list, and then we're gonna say world index dot history dot selected tiles equals dot. Can you resize it? No, let's just do new. And the bit array size is map size dot x times map size dot y times map size dot z. Right. I was gonna just make sure, like, main controller dot level editor dot editor world data list dot count if world index is less than count, right? That means that it exists. Then we access it and we update the bit array size for the world data. Because, yeah. Then that should handle itself from now on. I might need to... There's gonna need to be like a change level size thing. And if once that's implemented, this will have to be handled there too. But yeah, before I was using a list to list all of the selected tiles, but now we're using a bit array. And the bit array is not as dynamic in that regard. So we need to resize it whenever the world is resized. And we'll also, if I implement a change world size function, I will have to copy this over using the same math that we're using to figure out the local positions. But that'll be fine. But I don't wanna bother doing like a change world size thing at the moment. We don't need that yet. So we have one error left here, which is this, and I think this is actually just like that. Because we're already doing the metadata. Like here we have set structure metadata to selection, and this was write structure metadata, which is doing the same thing. Oof. So that is all of the errors in the level editor. Now that doesn't mean that it works, because there might be things that are just wrong. I think that is most of those issues. So where do we have other errors now? Main controller. The name editor history does not exist in context. Yep. I'll be right back. Alright, now we have to see is this... Yep, it's specifically for that. Level editor dot canvas. Scale factor. I don't know what that is. Game object world container. Wait, what the fuck is this shit? Unused. Now this selection texture thing, this is ancient. This shouldn't even be a thing anymore at all. But we're gonna have to implement a solution, a replacement solution inside of the shader as well for this, because right now it's using the editor selection for that. So right now we have 7 errors. If editor mode, get button down, delete. I think for now, I'm just going to write everything for world 0. Because that's the world. Because it only ever otherwise needs to function for world 2, which is the prefab editor, which I'm not even sure I need at the moment. Because the only other thing there is that I need a way to focus it. I have a focused world here, but... this is also... delete selected. It already handles the return. So we don't need to have a check. We just run it. And... yeah, we just ship in. Well, we can have focus world. It's just, if we just set focus world to 0. And... selection equals false. Let's make that a getter. Selection. A public bool selection. Yet. Return. If editor world data list focused world dot selected objects list dot count equals 0 and selected tiles count equals 0, then we return false, else return true. I think that is good. Set structure metadata to selection. Now this is a little... we do need this. We do need selection size. So basically, in editor world data list that contains editor world data. Yeah. Here we're gonna need a public vector 6int selection area. Selection area. Wait. Vector 6int selection area. This dot selection area equals selection area. The vector 6 is basically just a rect for a vector 3. Which I think, like, in reality, calling it like a vector 4, I think isn't really, like, accurate. Because that's a 4-dimensional vector. A vector is a direction, right? So calling it like a vector 6 doesn't really make sense. It should be like a cube or something. Cube rect. But it doesn't matter. To me, a vector doesn't really mean that. A vector... Since I learned about vectors through Unity, to me, a vector is just like a package of variables, almost. Bounds. An axis-aligned bounding box. But this is vector 3. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. What do you mean? I just added it. Oh. It goes here. There. Then here we're gonna say... I mean, isn't it here that we need that getter? Where did I... Selection. Was that in World Controller? Where was that? Here. Focused world. Yeah, no, fuck this. Let's not do it like that. Let's do it in... Inside of the editor world data, we'll have a getter. And then here we'll say if world controller, no, if actually we need multiple of this. Call this one tile selection, object selection. Call this one any selection. And this one is then like this. This one is like this. Because this is specifically for tiles. So this is then EWD dot tile selection is true. Then here we need to iterate through EWD dot selection area dot zmin, and then we iterate to zmax. And here... Wait, is this just not done like this anymore? Ah, shit. No, this is not possible. The tiles shouldn't even contain the rooms. Not really. It's a massive amount of data. Yeah. For now, I think this should just not do much at all. I'm gonna write the debug log here. Debug.log. Metadata setting is currently bugged. Rooms should not be stored in the tile. But handled via lists of rooms. With vertices. Yeah, because before, the way it worked was that a tile was just set to belong to one room, right? But that doesn't work. What the rooms do is they facilitate transparency. So if a character walks into a room, that room needs to become transparent on certain tiles in certain ways. Like the front tiles need to fade away that belong to that room, but the back tiles should not. The side tiles generally should not, I think. Yeah. The side tiles only fade if you're standing behind the building, I think. But the issue is that one tile can belong to multiple rooms. Because if you have two rooms next to each other and they share a one tile thick wall, that wall has to belong to both rooms, right? So therefore, that's where the issue arises, where we now have to right now I have a list of rooms inside of each tile, which is like having a list with each room is only represented by a byte, but it's still a list that contains up to 4 bytes in every tile. which is a terrible solution. Horrible. But it's like that because I had issues getting it to work by like moving the data over to the renderer, but I think it would be fine there too. Really, like, all we need to do... I mean, what's annoying, right, is that if I can just store the... like, what rooms a tile belongs to, then I don't need to do a bunch of really annoying lookups. But if I can't do that, then every pixel that I need to... like, whenever I render a tile, I need to... we can't just check what room it belongs to, right? Because that requires the list in every tile. So what I would need to do is every single pixel that tries to render a room would then need to do AABBCC collision checks against the rooms. And the rooms wouldn't be square, they would be polygonal, which makes it heavier. And I'm just worried that that would be a horrible solution, because, like, let's say you have 30 rooms in a scene. That would mean that every frame would need to iterate through every room on every pixel. I mean, it's solvable by using the same kind of system we use for light areas, right? In fact, the whole, like, light and shadow area system should probably be redone and be changed to just like an area system that contains all kinds of data that exists within that area, not just shadow and light. It should be it should be just a struct for each area that says, that contains the indices for contained objects, light emitters, shadow emitters, or shadow colliders rather, I suppose, or light colliders, as well as rooms, buildings, etc. In that, because if we do that, then it's not that big of a deal. Then odds are we only need to iterate through one room. 2. And I think that wouldn't be a big deal at all. Let's write that down. Rework light and shadow areas to be big index containers for everything. From rooms, buildings, shadow, light, and objects. Yeah. I don't know if I actually already started doing that or not. No. We'll see. I guess it doesn't really matter. Because here's what we're doing. I have a world index container, and it just contains shadow data, shadow area data. And if I made a struct that just contains like all of the area data, it wouldn't really change anything. It would just be like a structural change, compared to me just having all of this in separate units here, I think. Okay, so it's only showing errors here now. There we go, 43 errors. Oh yeah. Editor, pencil tool, trigger, controller, controller. This is the pencil tool. This should not be needed. So this is canceling. So all we should need to do here is say LOTF dot add to tile segment list. Action list. I dot index. This is world controller dot tiles to right. And that should be that. Why is it setting active tool to null though? Either way. Okay, and here we have to say if that, and then where were we? Yeah, here, if selection active, this needs to be EWD dot tile selection. Or EWD dot selected tiles. And then this is LOTF dot 3D to 1D. And map EW dot map size dot X, map size dot Y. If that is true, then we can fetch tile history temp tile. If layer to paint equals 0, then we're setting the temp tile here. Temp tile that's selected doesn't matter anymore. But now this here, this should definitely not happen. And then that's added to the action list. That's fine. Now this one I'm a bit more unsure about, because here I'm writing to a detailed texture, right? But I think there's no real difference. We just set the tile. Right buffer section. What is this based on? This is just drawing. Now see, here is the issue here with the action list. It's that we need to remove the old one. Like, we need to say if... No, they need a for loop. For... action list dot count, and here it needs to say if action list I dot index equals position to right. Then we need to remove that action list dot remove I. But I think we can break if that happens. Because if we remove, there can only ever be one for each tile entry. But this needs to be a thing on all of these. And the reason for that is otherwise, if you just sit there with the mouse and you just draw a circle over and over and over again, then it's just going to add and add and add and add to the action list forever until the program crashes. So now instead we are just overwriting entries over and over again because they are being overwritten because we are writing on top of it over and over again. Now that should probably be a function. And then here, what we're gonna do is that we are going to write a for loop that iterates through action list. And we are going to write but this here This works, but it also doesn't really. This isn't really implemented yet. Finish implementing tiles to right. If tiles to right is not empty, then right tiles. At end of main controller. Now the issue is that I think this tile segment here right now it just takes the start index and a count, right? But I feel like this needs to take a list of integers. Baked tile int. And then if well, we'll do this instead. Have an overload. And then instead of it being like this, we'll have it like this. And then this is 0. Right? And then in add to tile segment, we need a function here that allows us to say list int baked ints. Equals null. And then here we then have to say no. Bool right baked int equals false. If tiles to right dot well, sure. If tiles to right. Count equals 0. If tiles to right I dot baked tile ints does not equal null, then right baked ints equals true. Else equals false. And then here, it's gonna need to be right baked int, then new tile segment, tile position, baked tile ints dot count. Oh, right. This needs to be an int baked tile. And then if baked tile does not equals 0, now this doesn't work. Fuck.
I'll be right back.
It does work. We just need to change it a little bit. So the tile segment needs to contain a dictionary of int and int. And so what we can do is if right baked int, then new tile segment, tile position, new dictionary, int, I, baked tile. Else, how do you do this? Like that. Like the dictionary could use a vector 3 as a key, but it's just heavy. I don't really want to do that. Basically what I'm trying to do here is this function adds the tiles that we're currently trying to update in any shape or form to a list, kinda. It's a list of tiles in the x-axis only, in like strips that are connected. But all it does is it tries to write whatever is currently... Like, it just updates the tile, right? So it writes whatever is currently set in the tile matrix, and that's it. So I'm trying to add in a method to hijack that, right? Maybe there's a better way to do this. That doesn't involve complicating this. Yeah, let's undo this. And let's keep this simple again. And then we undo this. There. And then instead what we'll do is... we'll go to the world. The level editor, Actually, I think in the world. So here we have tiles to write. So let's make a public dictionary of int. Or should this be a vector 3? I think it would be fine. Yeah, let's do a vector 3. Preview tiles to right. Right, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna add it to that. So, for example, we were working on the pencil tool here. So here we are drawing. Let's see here. Here, this is what I was working on. we're going through the action list. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say world controller dot view tiles to right dot try add. No. Well, yeah. Try add action list I dot index and LOTF bake compute tile. Action list I dot tile action. It's a uint. And then we say if this fails, then we have to do remove from at in remove and then we add. And we'll also say like that. Something like that. So basically what's happening here now is that as we're drawing every turn or every frame, This shouldn't be necessary, but I wrote this anyway. So basically when I'm drawing with the mouse, what it's gonna do is it's going to add all of the tiles that we're drawing on to the add to tiles segment list. And that list is based on the action list. And the action list gets added to every time we draw something new while we're drawing. So I'm just holding down the mouse and I'm just moving around. I'm just drawing, you know, like this. And every time that we move the mouse, more and more tiles get added to the action list. But every time that I draw where we already have tiles, the old tiles get deleted from the list and the new ones get added instead. Which, by the way, I think we should actually kind of use a dictionary there. Yeah, because the action list actually contains an index already, right? So what we can do instead is just say that the action list is a dictionary . I mean, I don't know. Let's just go with what we have here. Because what I was thinking is that if I just make it be a dictionary instead, then we don't have to iterate through it. Nah, it makes some things easier, complicates other things. Not worth it, I think. We can iterate through the action list, it's fine. Right, that was the pencil. And now the annoying part here is that all of these tools are basically going to be the same, so... Honestly? Hold on. How do you turn that off? There's gotta be a way to turn that off. Disable shake to minimize Windows 10. Apparently, it used to be a setting, but now it's not a setting anymore. Let's see here. Settings. Multitasking. Go to system. Multitasking. Title bar window shake. Nope. They removed it. Okay, cool. 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 So? Yeah, no, the Perlin, I was just explaining how you do procedural generation to Charles. Hello. It's going alright. Really slow today. Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to open regedit. Because I saw that too. Page key current user software. Microsoft. Wind blows. Current version. Explorer. Advanced. Disallow. You have to create a D word. Disallow shaking. 1. Yeah, that worked. Fucking hell, dude. Okay. Now we can finish moving this over there. Yeah, so I'm working my way through the tools right now. And the tools now just need to be changed to be the same. as the fixed version. Because I finished up all the issues on the level editor. And I think it should be nice, or should be good. There are things I need to still update in the renderer to get all of this shit to work. But, Square selection tool. Level editor cancel selection. You have access to the level editor. Cancel selection takes a world. No, wait, what's... Mouse button... Cancel selection. Ah shit, this also needs a preview. This should not do this. Selection bounds A. Editor selection size. That... What? This should be like... World controller dot... Get mouse tile position. And this, let's remove this, and then we just say selection bounds. Upgrade it to a vector 6. Then we say new vector 6 int. Then we get a position and a size of 1. I think. Is it? Yeah. No, isn't that bad? I feel like the size should be 0, not 1. Like a size of 0 should just be the entry. Because otherwise, if there is no entry, then... But unfortunately, reworking this is a little scary. Maybe not. But it's one of those things where it's like... The fuck is this for? It's for nothing. I don't know. It's... Maybe we keep it this way. Because the reason is that I feel like if I'm just making a new one, I'm just making a vector 6 for a certain position. Then it makes more sense for this to be 0. However, if you're making a bounding box, it makes more sense for the size to be like it is here. Because then it's gonna be like, at this position, it's gonna be 6 wide. Right? Because then it makes more sense. Because otherwise I would have to do 6 minus 1 to set something to be like 6 tiles in size. So I think maybe having the 1 there makes sense. But I think you should also be able to do this. And just give it a position. And then these are all just... the position. And here we have preview selection. This should also be an A. Preview selection old. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. This is just a preview. Yeah. What is this? Array start. Yeah, this needs to be redone. But I think it'll be easy. Kind of. We don't need this whole array and array start thing. We need to be able to make this easier. It should basically just be... Because I think that the preview will only ever be square or rectangular, which means that this can be super easy. All we need to do is just set a vector 6 and as long as that vector 6 is set, then that's that, right? So we need to go to level editor, editor world data. And here we have a vector 6 selection area. Right. So here then when we cancel this, we also need to say level editor dot editor world data list index dot selection preview equals null. And honestly, that could be it. Because what we can do then is when we get to the stage where we need to write the tiles that exist, we can just check as well if the level editor is active, and if it is, then we check if the selection preview is not null, and if it isn't, then we automatically assume that all of those are to be written. And then we can write those tiles as selection preview. Now the one thing about that is that we'll have to keep track of the previous entries. Well, not necessarily. Because what you can do is that we can just make a little boolean that says preview written, and then after we have finished writing all the tile segments and we've cleared them out, at the end of the frame, after rendering, we can just add all of those tiles into the to be written list. That way, on the next frame, those will be written. Something like that, maybe. But I think we have to stop there. And how do I write this shit down? Selection preview is simply a vect6 int. Perhaps simply write the section into the tile segment list after rendering is done in order for the system to automatically rewrite next frame to undo preview. And I feel like that's kind of how I want previews to work in general. It's not the optimal way to do it, but I feel like it works just fine, where you just write the preview every frame. And then you try to unwrite it next frame. So that you're pretty much always clearing the preview and then redoing it, more or less. It wouldn't really need to be like that either. Kind of. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah. That'll be that for now. I need to go and draw some stuff. And see if I can get some stuff done there. And then tonight, I don't know what we'll do. I haven't decided. I might play the Thaumaturge, but I don't know. I have a bunch of games here, but I haven't decided. I don't really know. I don't really want to play anything that much. I'm not sure. Not sure. Anyway, until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.